They've already started. I was just setting up the stream. They've already broke off and running. So Deepak Hemnani going to 5. Stephen Folan going to 8. I don't know who broke. I'm a little bit behind in watching it. It's been 1:45 and it took me that long to set a few things up. That looks like it's Stephen Folan's glove. Deepak has a red one. I think Stephen may have gone a little too far there. May be able to cut the 6 in the side, but that 13 could have cut it off. Won't know for a moment. We've got a few more matches today. The winner of this match will take on Raul Denendran, who just defeated Lito Attendido. Where the heck did I put my glasses? Can't read the screen. 6-6. Oh, went to the hill. Lito was going to 7. Deepak with ball in hand. Probably going to come back and try and hit that 9. Get it out of the way, although he looks like he's putting topspin on it. Maybe he'll go, yep, around. No, he did right into it. And hopefully he can see the 14. Got the payouts for the event. There you go. 900 for first place. They pay out to the top 12, so 1/4 of the field. So $60 is basically 9th through 12th to get your money back. Clip the 14. Come 1 rail, maybe 2 rails. It's going to be tough to slow the cue ball that much. Oh, good thing the 4 was there to slow that down. A little bit of extra oomph there. Deepak not quite able to finish that rack off. Looks like it's going to go Steven's way. And that's the first rack to Stephen Folan. He needs 7 more. I've got an appointment at 8:30. I'm going to have to leave you before then. But we'll work it out. I'll leave the stream running, of course. But this is the Vancouver 2023 Summer Tournament of Titans. All monies taken in are paid back out to the players. Big shout out to the Metro Coffee Bar and Billiards and Jose Lazaro, who I noticed stopped by the stream a little while ago to say hello. Thank you, sir. There we go. For some reason, the social media ticker is working again. So weird. How stuff works one day and then not the next. Large cluster up on that middle quadrant of the table. Could be considered a quadrant. You could just divide it like that, right? And then across there, and then across like that. That's still a quarter of the table. Not sure how he's gonna. He's got such spin on that cue ball. He can push it almost anywhere he wants. It's just making the ball on those extreme shots that is super tough. Deepak going for the breakout right now. Makes sense. Played that smart. Didn't break out Steven's balls, just his own. Just get the 12 out. He's going to have the 13. He can work with the 9 and the 14 from there. If he does this right, he should be able to push the 14 into the rail and back out to shoot it in the side. Well, he wanted to come out a little further. Can still work, though. It's going to be tough to get the cue ball off that 5, though. You might carry him into it and go to the end rail rather than trying to draw past it. Oh, and he warped it around the 5. That's going to work. But can he pot the 14? Does he have any angle? If he's got some angle, he can make it work, but only if it's angled to the left. If it's angled to the right, he's just going to go in on the 1-3, and that's not going to help much. Maybe you take the 11 now if you can see it. Oh, man. Just almost there. Makes the great pot, but just can't keep it off the 12 and out of the pocket. If you play that a little slower, it gets off the tangent line quicker, and maybe you clip the 11. In the heart. 5-3-2-4-8. Well, maybe he doesn't like bridging over the 8-4. Or he's just double checking the line. 8-ball does offer numerous solutions to almost every problem. And there it is. Stephen with 2. Everybody else is waiting in the wings. It's going to be one after the other right now. Raul Denendran waiting for the winner of this match. Bien Lim in line after that. And then old Don Davidson sitting over on the A side waiting for one winner to make its way back. Deepak's playing well. It's just that one mistake. And against Stephen Folan, one mistake a rack is all you're probably going to get. And honestly, if he breaks, it's a decent table. Let's just say good thing it's alternating break. Can he see the 9? I don't know if he's got enough of that 9 there. Well, he does. Wow, that was tight. Just got to reset the instant replay. That sometimes takes the computer a second. There we go. Reset the instant replay. Hopefully that makes it work a little easier. Well, they're out. Can Steven play that 11 in the side and hold for the 10? 8 ball goes by the 2, or at least it looks like it does. Just the same sort of thing here. Nice and gentle. Roll up. Get the cue ball almost straight on that 12. Maybe a little bounce off the rail would be better too. You don't want to be tight to the rail. Okay, now he's going into the 4. Getting shape on this 8 is going to be a trick. Knowing Stephen, the way he's been playing today, see him draw with bottom right and spin back into this area. Just a power draw, bottom right, spinning 2 rails for the 8. Nope. And the one time I guess he's going to power it up, he just sneaks it by and he'll go for the long cut on the 8. There it is. 3 zip. Steven taking no time at all. I think that was a break and run, wasn't it? Did Deepak get to the table there? I don't think he did. Yes, I got about 15 minutes before this guy's supposed to show up. So when he shows up, I'll just mute it. You guys can watch. I'll try and get my meeting done as quickly as possible, and I'll come back. If he remembers to show up. Hey, sometimes it goes that way. Yeah, David, he did. He did at that. Just goes to show I've got more work to do. A lot more work. Deepak. Oh, that 7 ball was headed for that side pocket, but as happens quite often in 8 ball, another ball came into the way and kicked it free. Yeah, close enough for where that 14 was. I don't think they'll complain at all. Stays there for the 10, getting that out of the road. Good use of the 7. Everything else is in the open. It's just how you want to get onto that 8 to play the ending. I don't mind taking the 11 right now. It clears it up for options later. You're going to go 2 rails back out. Oh, maybe just 1 rail. That always looked like it's going to be a 2 rail angle for me, but clearly it's coming up differently for others. Just roll the cue ball past the 8 so you can play the 15. Or all the way out. That might be tricky. I hope he can still see the whole 15. That 13 ball looks like it might be blocking him a bit. Again, just needs to play this gently. Does not want the cue ball to go running. If you can keep your cue ball out here, now he can still play the 13. Although ideally, I think maybe I'd take the 12. let my cue ball go back and forth. But you do take a risk that way of maybe coming up short and not seeing the 13. I think just a little too hard on that one. I was thinking he might roll that in. Just a little bit of pace so it goes into the rail and then check it with a little bit of right hand spin, but he's got the better viewpoint. Oh, hey. And that's 3-0 for the me and the mute button. Hey, it kicked my butt yesterday, so. Steven, not in an ideal situation. He can probably still cut the 5 over. Can take the 2. The 1 and the 7 are blocked. 6 ball he can't see. May play safe here. Just rub the edge of the 5 and come up in behind it. He's up 3-0. I expect he'll be pretty aggressive here. Nope. Again, wrong. Playing the safety. If he can't see the 12 entirely, I'd be a little surprised because it looks like it's there. Just about. Well, that could have worked out better, but that's not too bad. Could have worked out worse too. Could have had the 8 ball snuggle right up on that 2 and then it doesn't go anywhere. But it still flies. Just into that top rail and back across. Diamond to diamond, I think. Playing a little bit of left on this. He's avoiding the side pocket entirely. And now he's going to be playing it right from there. He's not going to move that cue ball much from there, I think. There's no angle. He's almost perfectly straight. Just play a stop shot and take what's there. Might drop back a little bit if he needs angle to from the 2 to the 8. Standing up just a little bit during that stroke. But ever so slowly picking his head up during those last couple strokes. 4-0. I'm not going to start the stream again if we go right through to Raul. I'll just let it play. I'll cut it up and repost it later. Halfway there. Deepak's shooting well. He's just missing that late ball. That late position. Overcooking it. Oh, you got to put the 8 in the middle, Steven. That's the 2. Hey, we've all been there, man. We've all been there. I don't remember. Does Steven break from the center or from the side? I think he breaks from the center. So you can watch that 15 and 5. They're going to be hunting side pockets. Where does the 6 ball go? I'll be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, it's all pretty random, but they are racked in the same spot. So balls in general should have a idea of where they're likely to go. Some sort of interruption in the game here. Not really sure what they're doing. And he's back. Breaking with carbon fiber. And if you have never broke with carbon fiber before, try it out. I think you're shortchanging yourself if you're not. The energy transfer is just too complete. You can hit it a lot lighter and gain a lot more control. I just haven't made the cost change yet. I'm still using a Zach 14 mil straight taper custom made cue from, gosh, 20 years ago. I like it, but you got to hit it harder than carbon fiber. So maybe I should just get a new shaft made for it. I think somebody else pointed that out. I might do that. Wonder if he does those. Needs to get through it, and he's not going to. It's a little easier if you've got more of a run up, just to get the rotational momentum on the cue ball or on the object ball that you need to get through there. But he's going to be looking at 1, maybe 2 rails to kick. If you can, the 2 rail kick at the 7 ball. Not sure if there's enough room. Because if you miss it long, you're into the 5, and at least you don't scratch. Or you don't foul. You might still go off the 5 and scratch, but kicking at the 7 past the 14, he needs to shorten it up. Or go 3 rails at the 4. Might just clip the edge of the 7. Oh, and he missed it by a hair. Steven Folan, rack number 5, ball in hand again. Oh, you got one of those keelwood shafts, eh? No, I'll be honest with you, I've heard of them. I don't know much about them. I've only broke with 2 cues consistently since probably, oh gosh, 96. What's that, almost 30 years? I had an old McDermott that I just beat the tar out of. I don't know whether wood fibers can deteriorate under constant crushing like that, but it sure felt like it. That thing was so whippy at the end. Don't even know what I did with it. Not sure if he's gonna roll. I think he's just putting a little left on it. They'll just hold the cue ball as tight as he can. Nope. Coming over. Well, he's lucky to see the 14. Just bumped that 7 just enough. Could have just rolled up to it. That would have been not the end of the world because he still has the 9 and the 12. But at least this way he gets rid of the 14 now. I'd be picking that template off the table soon. Just because I've seen a couple of balls hit the template and roll a little funny afterward because they don't have a lot of energy. Template does make them move. Just needs to get off the rail after this 11. And queuing out of the side pocket. That's not a bad position. I don't mind that. Actually, I know some people don't like it. But I'd rather queue out of the pocket than queue that tight to the rail. You at least get more of the cue ball to hit. It's nice to see pool players working together. Everybody there has been playing and competing against each other, but when it comes time to move the rack, everybody's like, yeah, no problem, let's do it. And another nicely executed pattern from Stephen Folan. Just wants to get the weight right, doesn't want to be behind the 1, doesn't want to scratch. Just out to the middle of the table. Just past half is fine. Oh. Goes right through it. Rattled the 13, so that might have had more speed on it than he intended just because he missed the 13. Or almost missed the 13. 5-0. Steven's rolling now. I don't know whose break it is. I think it's Steven's. No, Steven broke the last one, didn't he? Yeah. Let me write that down. That way I won't forget. One minute, I'll be right back. Just checking. I got a trade meeting me at my house this evening. So we'll see if he remembers and shows up. Rack number 6. Deepak's moved the cue ball closer to the center of the table than he has been earlier today, so the 5 and the 10 should head towards side pockets. We'll see if he gets the right pop on them. They both go long. Low ball is absolutely golden. I think the 8 even goes by the 14. Maybe not. The only real problem with high ball is just this little cluster right here. Maybe the 12, but the 12 will go to the corner up here. So I think Steven can pick that 13 off of the 10. That'll work. And he is going to go with high ball. Bumps the 12. That leaves the 13. Roll forward, play the 10 after that. Not much movement of the cue ball with the high ball, though. It's not a bad thing. Can he not make that 13? It's just judging it. No issue there whatsoever. Now he's going to roll forward a little bit. No, looks like he's stopping right there. Had a little bit of angle to the left. He may elect to go into the 15 and just push it to the end rail or push it past the 14. I'm not sure he can roll right past it. Oh, he's drawing past it. He's starting to lose the line. It's tough to keep that cue ball in line for 9 straight shots in a row. You can recover, though. I think one of the tricks to recovery is don't try and do it all in one shot. It's not always necessary to be completely back 100% in perfect line on your very next shot. Sometimes you might have to plan it out for 2 or 3 shots before you get back into where you're supposed to be. Those 2 or 3 shots may be a little tricky. Perfect cue ball. Up for that 12 in the side. A dry break from Deepak. And Steven runs out. Guy plays pretty good. Came in second down in the Northwest 9-ball Open there a couple weeks ago. Put on by Jesse Bergman and David Ringler at, I think it was the 15th Street Bar and Grill. And I can't remember the name of the second venue. I want to say Legends, but I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. My apologies. Looks like a little bit of tape wrapped over the logo on that BK Rush. I wonder what that's for. Dry break. Came apart well. Everything going up and down table all around. Just nothing finding a pocket. Deepak's going to start out with some long range shooting. Was he going after the bank? Or is he just letting Steven select? He's going to play that 3 into the side, I think. 4 balls open. I'm not so sure about this. Break room. Thank you, Lake. I haven't made it down that far. I am not free to roam as I would choose. Well, that cue ball didn't end up where Steven wanted it to, but He may end up taking the 2-7 combination or just cut the 3 and no, he's called the combination. Keep control of the cue ball and the 2. Now coming out the other side with just a bit of top and some side. Might come out straight that way. He might try and spin 2 rails and out. That's 2 rails. Oh! Throws it a bit too much and rattles the 2. Deepak with an opportunity to start something. Oh no, I don't worry about the borders like it's kidlets and family responsibilities. It's all right. I can still do stuff like this once in a while. Another few years. Cue ball didn't come off that end rail quite like I expected it to. But anytime you've got a ball deep in the jaws of a pocket, it can be a little tricky to predict exactly how your cue ball's coming out. They were noticing that even when the pros were playing at the World Cup of Pool. How good was that, eh? Philippines are amazing. So was Germany, Austria, China, or Chinese Taipei. And the Spanish Open right before that with Sky going on that run. Does he still have the 5 or has it gone too much? I think it might have gone too far. If he's got enough of the 5, he could slide through. He's going to try and twist it around. Oh, look at that. A little bit of a masse, a little bit of a throw. Sure, he's taking a long shot on the 3, but something like that, you think? Or is he, yeah, I can't tell if he's cutting it to the right or left. Yeah, when he got down to shoot it, I thought I was wrong on the wrong side of the ball, but I couldn't quite tell if he was cutting it right or left. So Deepak, to get on the board, needs to get through this. He's just going to play safe here. Doesn't like the cut on the 11. Needs to get that cue ball to the rail. Well, putting the 13 on the 9 might come back to haunt him. But he does have a couple of balls in the area to play a breakout with. Steven with the long jump. No, Brad, this is not even the B-side final. This is for 4th and 5th. No, 5th, 6th. Loser here is tied for 5th, 6th. Old Don Davidson's waiting over on the A side. Yen Lim in the B side. Driver's chair. Raul trying to get there as well. But he'll have to go through the winner of this to face Bien. This is a long jump shot. So hard to get the distance on those and keep the cue ball on the table. It almost has to land perfect, like you're kind of trapping a soccer ball. And it kind of kills that bounce. Tough to do, though. I don't like putting the cue ball that close to my object ball on ball in hand. I feel I have to poke the stroke. But to each their own. I think he's going to get out this rack. And it might sound silly, but watch when he bridges his hand flat on the table. I don't know why we do this as pool players. Oh, it's on the rail, so he's not going to do it now. Pretty sure he's going to have to go after the 10 now. So watch that right there. When that little tappy tap starts, it's the weirdest thing in the world. You start to see people shoot well. I mean, he missed his shape there. Yep. But he'll probably make this 9, come 2 rails back out in between the 14 and the 13. No, I'm wrong. But it is something I've noticed. I don't know if others have or not, but yeah, it's going to go a little later than they planned, I think. I was hoping we'd be done by about 11, but we'll see if Steven can keep rolling, or everybody can win with whitewashes. It won't be that long of a night. Long bank, I think. Yeah, didn't miss it by much. If the final starts at 2 a.m., this stream will be unmanned and will go until it ends, because I won't be up at that hour. I have to be at work early. Get up before 6 and out the door and get to work. This is going to be a nice shot from Steven. He's got options to play this. You get the 1 rail kick. He's got the 2 rails. The last tournament I streamed. Yeah, where I said goodnight at midnight and let it run. Yeah, it might be. And then I'll have 6 hours of video after I've left and gone to bed, as it streams until 8 o'clock in the morning. I'll get up and turn it off before I go to work. Come on, Deepak, get on the board. He's got a little bit of angle here. Has to go into the rail and back out. Oh, doesn't want to go that direction. You can still make it work. It's just, you'd rather be shooting from here. I mean, that distance, not that angle. It is only a 3.5 by 7 table, so we should still be fine. There it is. Deepak on the board. He's got a long road back, though. Been a long couple of days, but thanks for joining us and watching the Vancouver 2023 Summer Tournament of Titans. The Metro Coffee Bar and Billiards, they've only got 6 7-foot blue label diamonds there. But Jose is always gracious and generous and donates so much table time for the events that happen out of there. It's a lot of fun. If you get a chance and you're swinging through town, stomp in, grab a sandwich, play a little pool. Say hello. Tell them how much you enjoy being able to watch some of the tournaments that they have. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. In the meantime, Deepak breaking, trailing 6-1. Breaking right from the side. Banking the 4 at the side pocket. That's a clustered break. Ouch. In Matchroom, they'd call that one. They wouldn't they wouldn't give him a warning. They'd just say, you know, you need to give it a more pop. Right, Sky? Like Skylar's watching this. Steven's got a lot of work to do here. 15 goes to the corner. It's trying to set something up where he can carry him into the pack and make something else move. Oh, he's cutting that in the side. Cue ball into the 1. Nope, he was going for the 10. I didn't even think he could see the 10. I thought the 15 was in the road. 11 ball might go to the corner. Nine might go to the side. Not sure. I can't really tell how those are lying from here. I know it's a little fuzzier, but he is trying the 11 up in the corner. Draw back for the 14. No. Trying to double bank the 9? Time to get the rack out of the way. Oh, Dave. There's a reason why when I do circle position for the cue ball and it hits there that I'm happy, because there's so many times where I'm not right. Oh, Deepak is in tough here. Can try and thin the, well, try and bring the cue ball in on the 14. He didn't want to hit the 8. He wanted to get right up on the 14 and lock him up. But now Steven with the 7. He can elevate his cue. Oh, and this is how you can tell I'm getting tired. Elevate his cue and jump over the 8 and draw. Oops, I need the other button. Jump into the 14, go over the 8 and draw into the 11. Wouldn't that be crazy? He does some crazy stuff with the cue ball, so that'd be like an Alex Pagulayan breakout shot. He'll just draw back a little bit. You can see the 11 up in the corner, so at least I think he can. The way he's been going back and forth, I thought he could. Did he go far enough? I don't know if he went far enough to see the 11. I think he went to go get a ref, maybe. Now, let's hope the instant replay works. You know, I'm not sure. If you hit the 6 first, would you have enough steam to get the 11 up there? Probably. Messing with me now. I wonder how many times that we can make him zoom in and zoom out. It's going to be close. I feel like this is one of those reveal videos on Facebook that take forever for it to actually happen. You keep thinking it's going to be shown and they keep showing. Then you look down, you realize there's like 12 minutes. You're like, you. And then you leave because you don't want to even see it now. But no, don't leave. He's going to shoot shortly. And you know, if Steven thinks it's tight, then it's probably pretty tight. I wonder if they're getting a cell phone so that they can do the slow motion on it. Here, I'll zoom out again one more time. Yay, look at that. Did it again. Now, how did that look? Let's see if we can replay it. No, replay didn't work. Nope. It did work, and that looked to me like the 5. Let's see if that works. It should change direction. Yeah, I'd say that was the 5. And they've gone ahead and given the ball in hand to Deepak. So, yep. Deepak stretching out across the table. Coming in. I think he's going to try and come 2 rails out between the 7-6-5, out into the center there. Oh, just 1. Well, that will leave the 6 as the object ball of choice for his next visit to the table. Trying to hold it there, maybe drift up table just a hair. A little bit too much speed on that. He's just struggling to stay in line. He can come 2 rails out for the 7 again. Well, he's going to have a look at it. Needs to roll it in, though. He's actually got to watch the scratch, I think. It doesn't look like it on the actual screen, but, you know, when you think of where that ball is on the table and the angle he's got into it, he should be okay. But this could be a little bit of a messed up angle. See how still he is? I keep thinking the camera froze. Oh. Is he going to get a little lucky? He needs a little bit more. He'd feel a whole lot better about his chances of getting back to the table if he was glued to the backside of that 8. That'd be horribly unfortunate for Stephen Folan, but Deepak would not be too upset. As it is, Steven has to run that 13 all the way down to the bottom right corner pocket. Just deciding what he needs to do and how to do it. Hangs it in the corner. Deepak with a similar shot to the last one, although this time he's going to be bridging up and over the 8 ball. A little bit of right-hand siding to come 2 rails back to that top corner of the table. Back into here. Not sure he can do it with 1 rail. He could be coming close to the 15. So you want to put a little bit on it to come around. Oh! Missed the 7, made the 13. And Steven just needs to roll forward off this 9 and try not to go past the middle diamond. Oh, but he'd like to go past the first diamond. May go around the 8 to play it. Yeah. It was going to be tough to hold the cue ball there to play the 8 in the other corner. He's on the hill. 7-1. Steven to break. Waiting in the wings. Raul Denendran. Whoever wins here will be taking him on for a right to play Bien Lim. And we still have Don Davidson waiting in on the A side after that. Your customary on the hill break, I guess. Not sure. You know, I know when you're playing, the time seems to be going by so quickly while you stand there. So taking a 30-second or a 45-second break and walking away from the table to go wipe your face or, you know, dry off your hands or something like that, it doesn't take any time while you're standing there. But meanwhile, everybody watching is like, you know, 5 seconds later, is like, what's going on? What are they doing? Where'd they go? Me included. No. It's a game that requires patience to play and a little bit of patience to watch. But it's so creative. I'd love to go watch a big one pocket match in person one day. Sit beside somebody who knows a heck of a lot more about it than I do, which wouldn't be hard to find. As long as they didn't find it too annoying to explain it to me. I tell you, being down in Vegas last November for the Mosconi Cup, November, December, man, that was just amazing. 2,500 pool fans that understood what a lockup safety was and could appreciate it. I know we were booing the Europeans whenever they played safe and called it boring, but it's just part of the game. They don't actually mean that the safety was boring. They're just ribbing the Europeans. I'm sure it happens the other way over in England when they play in there. I wish I could go this year, but that's a long way to go. We'll see. I don't think so, but we'll see. Maybe next year again for Las Vegas. Wouldn't that be something if they had it 2 weeks in a row? They had the Mosconi Cup, and then the winner took on Team Asia. That was hinted at, by the way. Wasn't hinted at. Emily said it's something is going to happen with the Asian teams and the Mosconi Cup winning team. Mr. Sean Seguin, how you doing, sir? Good to hear from you. Rare that you're not in this thing this late. You've been a staple in these tournaments going late on Sunday. I think Mr. Tony Jacobs put you to the seaside, did he? He can shoot. You've done really, really well in these, the past 3 or 4 that I remember. On the hill, Steven breaks, makes a ball. It's got options either way. 3-4 is a little bit funky. I mean, you have to come at it the right way to make it not a pain in the butt, but 15 would require some development. I think low ball with the 1, he'll start. There it is. 7, 6, 2, 3, 4, 8. And this match is over in less than... How much time they've been going? It hasn't been that long. Steven's been playing pretty solid. An hour and 13 minutes. I'm sure you'll be late in the tournament on the next one. It's an interesting template. Easy to take off when there's 1 there, but when there's 2 in there, it gets a little tricky. What kind of template is that? Anybody recognize it? I remember the loss to Lido. That one was tough. Oh, an AccuRack, I think, right? Jared, AccuRack? Thank you, by the way. Oh, the AccuRack Outsville rack. That is the one that's supposed to get the little push forward to load it, isn't it? Or did they change the design a little bit? Proof that people will pay anything for anything. I just found the AccuRack, one of them, on Amazon for $63. You can make payments $21 a month. Oh, I'm finding that way too funny. Well, Steven advances. He'll take on Rule. That'll start right away. I'm not going to restart the stream. We just started it an hour and 20 minutes ago. We'll let it keep going. I'll cut it up when we do it later. Oh, nice. Hey, Jared, which pool hall do you own? Whereabouts are you? Nice. I hope things are going well. The next match will start real soon. They'll just change the names. They had to finish entering the game. No one has time to rack an 8-ball magic rack. It doesn't take too long. I find it's faster to rack with a magic rack than it is with a wood rack to get a decent tight rack. But then again, I'm absolutely horrible at racking. The only way I can get a nice rack is with the magic rack or with a template. I've seen people use that, Chris, and I haven't spent much time than that. Yeah, and I've seen Matchroom use that format. But Steven and Raul, off and running. Steven's going to get into a groove here because he's going to be playing pretty steady. I think he finished his last match and then had to play... No, that would have been his first match in a little while. So if he can get in a groove, Raul and BM are going to have to be on their game to get him out of this path to the final. Yen hadn't lost a game until he played him in the until he played Raul in the B-side semi or the A-side semifinal, and then he beat him 5-5 because he was getting a game. Steven might play this 3 right through the 13. It's not easy to do, but when you're that close and you're that in line, you've got to get the right pace. The 3 ball has to be rolling forward when it hits that 13 so it can keep its rotational momentum and follow it in. If that 3 ball's sliding when it hits the 13, it just stops. So if you shoot the 3 and you get it to slide to about there and then let it start to roll, by the time it gets to the 13, it has enough momentum, it'll just roll right after it. He's not going to hit this hard. Oh, it hit the rail first. He did not intend to hit the rail first. Is Raul trying to pot that 10 in the side? Or is he shooting at the 11? I can't tell the angle he's at there. He's shooting the 11 off the 2 and in. He's right there for the bank with the 10, but he might want to cut it down onto the 3. No, he's going to go for it. Stones, man. He's got stones going for the bank. A little bit of draw is what you want. Goes a little long. If he hits that just hard enough to stop the cue ball there and have the cue ball float to the rail, kind of stun it into the rail like that, I think that shortens up that 10 ball. And he's got a crack at the 12. At about an hour and 15 minutes per match. Unless they're close. Close matches will go closer to 2 hours. Yeah, I am probably not going to be able to get to the final. It'll be 10:30, it'll be 11, it'll be midnight before the final starts if things go fast. 11:30 anyway. Unless Frenchie was playing. There was a fellow who could play quick. Instinct. And loads of talent. Stephen Folan up 1-0. What the heck is that? Some sort of Xbox thing on my computer? I better delete that. Yeah. Xbox game bar running in the background. I closed it. I don't even have an Xbox. How is he going to deal with that 1 and the 3? Top left, spinning across table. He checked it up. He did, but not enough here. His only offensive shot, I think, is the 7. No, he's going to play the combination. 1-3. Gutsy. No, he's playing the carom. He's got to hit that 3 so thin. Well, Steven with his first chance at this table. I think it's his first chance, or is this his second? I got a little distracted there. Sometimes tricky to play them when they're that close. But Steven's proven fairly adept with a cue. Fargo 731, you'd expect so. You know who else has... Demetrius Gelatis has a Fargo 727. He runs the Minnesota Pool Boot Camp. He used to be on Queued Up Sports, the Queued Up Network, the Queued Up podcast all the time. But I haven't seen him in a long while. Two nothing. Steven steamrolling through. Breaking from just off center. 14 ball in the side where it's supposed to go. Balls everywhere wide open. Taylor made, just begging to be run out. Oh, literally, can't you hear it? I can hear it. Can you? Maybe not exactly where he wanted to be, but he can still work the cue ball around. You can use the 15 as your last ball or the 12. Either or would work. Where's the pedal? There it is. but he's not going to use the 15 now. It looks like he's coming up just a little short, like he wanted to come through there. Still got the 13 though. He has lots of angle on the 13, so he can come right through either for the 9 or the 10, whichever he prefers. He's going to come right at the 10. Little bump. Oh, that was a fortunate little rub. This will allow him to clean up the 10 and the 12, come back across for the 9. 8 ball will depend on exactly where he's sitting on the 9. Exactly. Exactly, Sean. I'll be honest, I did not expect him to go that way. Now he's jacked up on the rail with the 10. So he may shoot the 9 and go 2 rails to play the 10 in the same side that he could do it in now. The only thing about the 2 rails is he's not 100% sure he's going to miss the 6-8 coming out. He might go into the 6. And that would spell disaster for the, run out. Oh, he comes right around. Perfect. Now, the only thing you don't want to do here is lose the cue ball past the 6. And that is about as good as you can hit that. Raul to break, rack number 4. Oh, that's where Demetrius has been. He's running a pool hall. The new Slate Billiard Club in Minnesota. That'll keep you busy. Good break. The 9 and the 13. Really the only sort of, well, the 12 ball's kind of an issue because the 2's in the road, but you can start with that 13, I think. Ooh, Raul rattle a 1 ball, letting Steven back to the table. He's tight to the 5, so he's going to have limited options just with queuing alone, never mind balls that he can see. Four ball in the corner. Nope, 3 ball in the corner. That was such an optical illusion. I wish the emojis would come through. For some reason, they don't show up. Straight across into the 2. Well, he did get into the 212, but he just didn't get any real change. That'll happen this shot. Don't believe the 2 goes. He's going to have to go in this bottom right corner. Can't go by the 1. Should be able to keep the cue ball on this side of the side pocket and have it come back out into the middle. I thought that was going to go across ahead of the side pocket, but he put a little bit of check on it. Roll this in. Highly unlikely to get stuck behind the 14. Especially if you hit it that well. And there it is, 4 in a row. Stephen marching on. His break. It's been an hour and 40 minutes since we started the previous match. Stephen won at 8-1. So 13 games in an hour and 40 minutes. Seven minutes and 45 seconds per game. That's pretty quick. That includes racking time. Dry break. Everything came apart and then went back together. Raul to start. Brent, it's a good thing you teach pool and not English. Your spelling is a little suspect, I think. He's one of the best we have around here. Got a few good ones around here, though. Simon, Stan. Who else is above 700? Oh, Steve Kim was above 700 at one point. I think he still is, but I'm not sure. You'd be up there too, Brent, if you could stay serious long enough. You do have a tendency to ham it up. You know that's true. Got good angle to come back into the center. Where's the dam? There it is. Just needs to control the 6. Oh, he took the 6. I wasn't sure that even went. I didn't even think that went by the 7. I don't like to say the phrase I don't think, but... Yeah, you're climbing up there. You're in the high sixes now, aren't you, Sean? Like 660? Something like that? 670? Oh! Just off the horn into the side pocket. Raul with a chance to get on the board. Start. And sorry, that was Raul. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Oh man, I'm getting tired. This is why I was trying to skip matches earlier today. Losing focus. Oh well. I'm not perfect, and I don't get paid to do this. So I don't have to be perfect, but still. Almost got through that rack. Made some nice shots. Steven just working out the plan. Cleaning up one side of the table, then the other. It's just efficient cue ball management. 680. Wow. Gosh, I don't even remember a time now. I seem to vaguely remember a time where I used to beat you once in a while. I don't think that would happen much now. Good shooting, man. Way to progress. Stephen Folan. Up 5-0. Raul to break. I'm going to take a quick break right now, folks. I just got to take care of a couple things. Hey, thanks, Sean. Much appreciated. I got plans to get better. Slightly different thing, but still with pool. I'll be right back. I wish we could set up the camera just a little farther away. Set up another one maybe. That'd be cool. And you can get the overview of the whole table and the atmosphere and the people sitting around watching, sweating the match. Gotta clean my glasses here. If we can stay off that 5, that would be better. That'll work. If you can come past the side pocket, it'll be much easier to stay out from behind the 10. Just like that. Raul finding some of the form that got him here. Can't quite tell what that angle's like. Yeah, so he's got a little bit of angle. He can probably come up here. Oh, right at the 8. You can't get hooked that way. And he should be fine. He should be able to avoid the scratch here. Just a little bit of draw. Should be totally fine. Oh, just about made it off the 10. Wow. All right. Steven with his crack at this table. To take a 6-game lead. It's going to be tough to come back. All depends on how you feel. The 11 ball, he can move that cue ball around any way he wants. Don't mind taking the 14 after this 12. And then the 10 and then the 8, that seems like a logical and natural progression to me. Two rails around. See the speed at which he hit that? It wasn't too fast. I have a tendency to think I've got longer or farther to go than I do, and you end up overshooting the mark. That didn't even touch the rail going down. Jason Grace, welcome to the stream, sir. Hope you're enjoying what you see. Jason, this is at the Metro Coffee Bar and Billiards in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Way over here on the wet coast, which isn't really wet right now. It's been fairly warm. Whereabouts are you from? Or whereabouts are you at, I guess? Three in the side. Oh, that cue ball got beat up. Yeah, your instinct is to go for low ball, but the 2 and the 4 are a little bit of messed up. Well, the only one that would be considered a professional level is the fellow that's shooting now, Stephen Folan. He's a 731 Fargo. He was the highest level there, but if you're wondering if there were any touring pros in it, no, there are not. That was a nicely solved problem with the 2 and the 4. Should be able to roll that 2 in the side, maybe? Couple of guys in the 680, 670 range here for Fargo. Just to give you an idea. It is the last day of the tournament. There is this is for third, fourth. I think. No. Hey, no problem, Brian. Thank you very much. Actually, let me pull that up, Chase. Yep. Loser is fourth. That's where we're at right now. Started yesterday about 9:30 in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning, I think. 48 players. Depending on skill level, racing from 4 to 8. He's looking to see whether he can just roll into the 15 and get a little bit of a bounce the other way. Yeah, he wanted to hit the 15 and roll towards the 11. But caught it on the left edge, and now he's looking at kicking at the 8 ball. He's going to have to kick to the near side of the side pocket and spin into it. Oh, didn't miss that by much. Wow. Great attempt. All right, Raul. Time to close this out. And put a scratch mark on your side of the board, sir. Oh, a little too far. A little too far. That's going to bring the 13 into play, I think, now. And then a long bank for Mr. Stephen Folan to get on the hill. Saw the little tap there. He's already called it as he walked up. Give a little tippy tap. So draw the cue ball with a little bottom right to kind of hold it away. And there it is. Watch it again. Slow-mo replay is a little bit funky today. It's not supposed to be that slow.
The cue ball work.
Oh, that's real slow. Okay. Never mind then. I have to double check the settings on that. Maybe I have a conflict somewhere and it's causing it to glitch. Just as soon as I finish the renos on the house. Yeah, loser's fourth, winner's third. Well, winner's guaranteed third. You can't do worse than third, but you're right. Raul, going to work. He's got to take the 6 now, but he needs to get the 1. What are the payouts? I posted that earlier. Let me look. Hold on a second. I'll get it for you. Well, you just finished the tournament where you were, Jason. Well, you're a few hours ahead of us, I think, aren't you, Jason? Raul trying to come in at that 7-5. He's gonna get a look, or sorry, 2-5. Call the 1. Play it with enough effort to get the 2 free. And you have to watch that your cue ball, it's unlikely, but the cue ball might slide between the 9 and the 15. Then you'll have some issues. Reverse bank the 2 right now. Just pocket weight. Get it back across. It's not bad. Not bad. It was 48 players, $60 a pop, and there were no green fees or admin fees or anything. 100% payout. Jason, I think anybody's allowed in this tournament. We just don't have a lot of pros up here. Like I said, Fargo rate as a general guideline considers 720 a professional, and Steven is a 731, I think it is. But I'm pretty sure nobody would mind too much if, you know, Sky Woodward or somebody came by to play in it, because how often do you get a chance to play them living up here? I'd want in just for the chance to play. It's always fun playing guys like Steven as well, because it's a real test of what you can do, because You've got to bear down. Steven is a pro. It's Calgary Bar Box also on. Oh yeah, that's right. The Calgary one's also on. Hey, no worries, Jordan. Thanks for dropping by. It's just Steven's just not a touring pro. I think he has gone down to a few events. I think he was at the US Open last year, or the World the Predator 10 ball. There it is. Steven advances to the next round. He'll take on Bien Lim. He's lost one rack in the last 17. 16-1 over his last two matches. It'll be Stephen Folan and Bien Lim for a chance in the final. I'm going to take a break while they set this up. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll let the stream run. Let's see, can we do the replay of the last one? That's probably not going to work, because the replay machine is busted. Yeah. I'll draw the cue ball away, the little bottom right. Kind of hold it away. That is, and there it is. Weird. All right, it is what it is. It's probably a setting that I have to get better at looking at. That's where we're at. Don Davidson up here, waiting for the winner of these two. So, shouldn't be long. I gotta work early in the morning, folks. I'm probably not gonna make it to the end of that other match, but I will leave it running. And we'll go with that. What am I doing here? Yeah, see, getting tired. Gosh. Good thing I didn't show the stream key there. Lose control of my website. That would suck. Okay, folks, I'm going to take a break. They should be back starting real soon, so just hang tight a minute. Hold on a minute. Bien Lim had to go, so he's accepted third place. So it will be Don Davidson and Stephen Folan in just a few minutes. Well, I guess this is the final. I will stick around for it after all, folks. Good shooting, Bien. Nice work. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock. It's just I get up at 6 a.m. So, like, plus I'm old. So, 10 o'clock is like bedtime. So anything past that is like hard work. I think it was Don that sent Steven to the B side, wasn't it? Yeah, he got him. Steven's got to go to 8. Don has to go to 6. And Don got him 6-6. So Don Davidson. And Feder Folan. Sorry. Stephen Folan. That was funny in my head. We'll be back in a few minutes with the final, folks. Hang out. We'll be right back. I think Bien just had to get up early for work tomorrow and didn't want to stay till the end. So he just accepted third place and said, "Thank you very much. Have a nice night. Good luck, folks." And off he went. That's a long day. It's a long 2 days. Thanks very much, Deepak, for the stars. Thank you, Mr. Mike Silvius, for the stars. Much appreciated, folks. I think they're going to get started right away, are they not? Oh, 4 more minutes. Or less. So that looks like dawn there. Wow. Went from finishing at 1 o'clock to finishing before midnight. I'll make it. Yeah. Dawn was shooting fantastic earlier. Yeah, I think Steven was just about to win their last rack, if I remember correctly, when he missed. Like, it looked like he was going to win the rack and go on the hill. When he missed, left it for Dawn, and he ran that rack out, broke and ran the next one to go from, it was 6-4. Steven had won, it would have been 7-4, but he missed. Don ran that out to go to 5 and then broke and ran the next one to go to 6. So pretty good finish to that match. Here's a list that might interest you. Oop, hold on. The race to the Moscone Cup. 1 year list. Sky Woodward leading the USA team. SVB next, and then Shane Wolford. If you don't know who Shane Wolford is, he almost made the team last year, but I think they gave it to Earl just to give Earl one more kick at the cat. And then BJ Ussery just took down the Chuck Markulis 9-ball tournament at Hard Times Billiards in Sacramento. About a month and a half ago, I guess. So we could have some new faces on Team USA this year. Because right now, Shane Wolford makes it on merit. We'll see how it is at the end. And then the live overall 9-ball rankings. FSR still in the lead by a good margin just due to the last year that he had. That was insane. He almost held the trifecta. 8-ball, 9-ball, and 10-ball, but Eklund Kachi won the 10-ball, I believe. Did he not? Can't remember exactly. Skylar Woodward ranked 12th in the world right now, according to Matchroom's rankings. Again, going over that schedule. Let me get down to where we are at. Okay, we finished the Spanish Open. So that's done. Oop. He's at home already. Well, good shooting, Bien. So that's done. That's done. That was done a while ago. This is done. Coming up next is actually the Big Dog Billiards 9-ball in Des Moines, Iowa. Get back to the action. Lagging for break. Dawn got him. So it'll be Dawn that starts us off. I don't know if this is a true double dip or not. Excuse me. I think it is a true double dip because it's handicapped. And there's no way to really handicap a longer race when you play in like this the whole time. So I'm going to assume, I have asked for clarification, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct, that it is a true double dip. Steven will have to beat him twice. Just sharing it up. Oh, I have to take a break, folks. I have to go close the swimming pool at my complex here. So sorry, you'll have to wait for me. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. I'll just leave it going so you can watch. Sorry, folks. I forgot at 10 o'clock I had to go shut the pool down, test the water, blah, 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 all that stuff. So, I'm back. I just have to record what I did. And then I'll start paying attention to the game. So, give me another minute here and I'll be with you. Yes, Eddie, it's a double dip. He's got to beat him twice. So, we could be here till midnight or longer, but at least we're not starting at midnight. Is he trying to cut that in the corner? Wow. Wow. That's all I have to say on that. Wonder if this will work this time. Is he trying to cut that in the corner? I didn't do anything. Don't do that. Goofy. Wow. Okay. Not quite the way we planned it, but it almost worked. Well, after that 5-ball, this should be a finish. Just needs to come up underneath the 15. Oh, he went over top of it. Just had to make sure you got a clear look at the 8, I guess. There you go. 3-0. Can't believe I only missed 2 games. I was gone. I know. with the possibility of of the scratch in the side, and to just play it off the horn like that or off the edge. Wow. Tight. Breaking off in rack number 4. The 3-ball was headed to the side, but I think it was the 4 or the 10. Kicked it out of the way. And Dawn will come to the table. Hold on. Daughter's calling me. I'll be right back. Oh, 4-ball staying up. My daughter was just wondering if she could stay up later. Yeah, it's summer. We'll hang out for a bit after we're done here. Might be a little late, but you can stay up once in a while. She's pretty awesome. She told me to go have fun. We'll go do something tomorrow night. In the meantime, though, Mr. Folan working out the path. Basically trying to figure out which way he wants to run, with the 12 or with the 13. Or does the 14 fit past the 11? He's going to take the 12 on. I can't see which one he's looking at. Yeah, and just stun over to the rail a little bit, just a little bit. There we go. Now he can play the 9 and push that 10 ball around a little bit. Maybe just knock it into the 4, leave it over the hole. Carry him into the 1. Oh, all the way around the 10, and then watch that cue ball. No, he's going to be fine. I thought that might be coming close to a scratch, but he's okay. Still has room to work things through. Well, that's going to make things move. Not enough, though. Wow, what does he have to do to get that 10 ball free? A little bit more, I guess, would be the answer to that question. Jammed against the rail. All you can do is hit topspin on the ball, so maybe you can hit a little bit of top right. Try and get that cue ball up. That way, although it'd probably be better if you could do the left and come back this way. Cut it in the corner, and he hits it again. Hits the 10 again, but still doesn't get it free. There's no picnic for Don either. Somehow he's got to break that 3 out. He can push the 1 into the 4. Maybe get it to go a little bit over there while the cue ball comes up here. And then he can do that power top spin trick and have it just curl. Oops, I gotta remember that right button is for straight lines, left button's for curved lines, and curl in and break the 10 out that way. Or is he looking at thinning the 4 and cutting back in there? Not a bad effort. It is in Don's hands now. He's a lefty, so this is a little easier to reach. Just like it had eyes. Signs of life from Don. Three to 1. Getting back into it. Don gonna walk over there and mark up his game. There you go. Now Don, I think, breaks normally from the side. I've seen him mix it up though, but this should bank that 12 ball towards that top middle pocket. Might get kicked though. Oh, it banked a little short, and he's made another one. So, in the end, the goal was achieved to make a ball on the break. He'd like to get after low ball, but I don't think he's got a good starting one. Maybe the 6 ball? Can he see enough of the 6 to get it going? If he can start with the 6, he could take his next trouble ball right away, the 2. Might not try that right away, though. You'd have to jack up to get a little bit below center to stop the cue ball. You might want to just roll the 6 in. Take the 5 next, or the 7, depending on where you land. Or the 1. The one works as well. Coming right off the one here. Now, one rail off the 5, or is he going to take the 4 and come back out for the 2? I would think he's going to take the 5 here. Nope. Wants to take the 4. Wants to clear the path for the 3. Does not want to take the 2 yet. Taking the 2 has the danger of putting the 9 in front of the 3. Needs a better angle on it. That's a little speedier than he was thinking, but that'll work. It actually ends up almost perfect, so that's fine. Don getting another one back. Nice out in that table. Steven's going to have his work cut out for him. Don isn't quite ready to roll over yet. Never will be, truth be told. Ball down. The rest are spread out, except for the 5 ball. Now, can he make high ball work? I'm not sure. If that 13 starts him off, the trouble is going to be that the 15. Nope, that's the 12. This one here is the 12. It's getting that one out of the way. If that one was against the rail or something, he'd probably already be shooting. Well, he's made a move, and now he's got the 12 if he wants it. But there's a bit of a problem. He's just deciding whether the 11-9 combination is worth the risk. He's in a great position for it, but does he need to shoot it? I think maybe the 12 is the better option, but Steven has a different skill set than I do. He's more than willing to take on shots that I would certainly pass up, because he's much more likely to make them. The way he's lining up looks like he's going for the 12. He's just trying to decide how he's going to get back there for the 9 and the 11. Although, might not be a bad idea to take the 15 now. Man, I hate it when it's hard to find the pattern in your head. Going for the 9. Wow. Gotta love it. Taking the hard shot just to make the rest of the rack easier. You know, it's a good balancing act, because if you do make a mistake early in the rack, at least your opponent has some stuff in the road. You make a mistake late in the rack, and it's almost a gift wrap to your opponent. Pushes the 5 out of the way, really opens up that foot spot area of the table. Lots of room. He's done a real good job of developing this end of the table, opening things up, pushing things around, making sure he can eventually get to a nice little run out here. Eight balls at the other end of the table. He should be able to draw straight out of this corner, right in between the 7 and then 1. I'm pretty sure he wanted to come a little farther than that. This could be tricky. I think he's putting a lot of left on it, trying to come on this side of the 1. Doesn't want to be behind it. He should be okay to cue it. It's a little tight, but not that bad. The danger here is you have a tendency to want to put a little bit of left on the ball and get real tight, and then just kind of cut it in off the rail. But if you do that and your speed is too great, you can go 1 or 2 rails back and forth across. But he's hit it perfect and now leads 4-2. He's halfway. Dawn to break in the next rack. Rack number 7, Don's got to keep the pressure on. Stevens not letting up. Increased his lead back to 2 games. He was up 3-0 and Don reeled him in to get back within 1. Ooh, it has been hours and I'm still here. And I think people can still kind of understand what I'm saying. Not really sure. What I think my math was on this one, it was like 1,370 Fargo together. 1,367 combined Fargo. 731 and 636, I think it was. 95 points difference. They are the same. They've come full circle, Cindy. Not too much of a surprise. These guys can play. Don's Fargo used to be higher, I think he said, when he lived in Edmonton and was playing more. And he's been working hard trying to get it back up there. A lot of problems with either set. 2, 4, 3 clusters, a little awkward. The good part about both is that they have other balls nearby. You don't have one that's off by itself that you can't break out. Oh, he tried to get in on the 7 and he did a great job to get the position, but didn't get the pot down. This could be another rack for Steven. Ooh, that 7 ball looked like it was drifting. If he can get the 2 from here, everything else goes. I can't tell if the 2 goes from here. It looks like it might. Don's coming to take a look. Or go get a drink, maybe? It must be really tight if Steven is taking this long to look at it. If he could cue the cue ball hole and not just the top, he'd probably just shoot it with a little bit of siding and try and throw it in. But if you try and put, you know, right hand siding on this to throw the 2 in, because you're hitting above center, you almost get, you get a little bit more masse than you would think, and it's harder to control. Just a little subtle masse. I'm not sure where he went. Are they going to go get a ref with a slow-mo video camera? I'd say they could rely on me, but that slow-mo video camera sometimes it pooches the bed. I think there's a conflict that I don't know enough about as to how to resolve between Windows 11 and the streaming program that I use. Is that what they're waiting for? Somebody with a camera to get over there and record the possibility of a foul? If they are, let's go. Hurry up. It's getting late. Some of us turn into a pumpkin in an hour. That's what I think they're looking for, Andrew. I mean, I'll do the same on my software, but it does sometimes crap out. But I think they're just waiting for somebody to grab a phone. I'm guessing there. I really don't know what's taking so long. And then he elects to just cut the 5 in. Well, that's one way of solving the issue. They do. Well, you know, Android works well as well. You just have to know how to do it. It's probably a little easier on iPhones. iPhones tend to be a little bit more on the creative end of things than Android. Six ball goes, but the 4 ball is tied up. That's going to be interesting to see how he gets that 4 ball out of there. Might have to try and play the 1 off the 4 in the corner. Just too many issues. Not able to solve them all. Can't see the 9. Ah. Mentally a pumpkin, maybe. Don's flip phone just doesn't cut it. No, I suspect it doesn't. With that 144p camera. Well, here is how he's going to get the 4 out. Run the 1 down the rail. Hard enough to kick that. Well, you got to be careful, though. You hit it too hard, you could make the 8 in the other corner. Oh, I think it's lined up differently. I can't really see that well. Yeah, I don't think that was going to go in the corner anyway. Might have, never know. But I think it was okay. But that was the way to go. In the meantime, Don now looking to see what he can do with the 14. I can't tell, but he probably can't squeeze that 14 past the 1. He's taking on the 9. Well, now he's got a dilemma. Got 2 balls in trouble and 1 over in the corner, not near anything. Oh, I didn't believe that went. Nice slow roll. This will be a heck of a shot. If he can come in, hit the rail, clip the 1, go around the 14. Well, you know, just make the 1. That's okay. That works too. Sometimes the simpler answer is the better one, right? But trust me to get all complicated and fancy and unnecessary with it. Rack number 8. 4-3, Stephen Folan leading. It's nice to know what the shot is and to see it and get ready to execute it, but it's another thing to actually perform. You're right, Deepak. That was a great shot. Had the speed right and everything so that the cue ball doesn't come out. The 14 doesn't come out any crazy direction, angles. There's the 4 ball down. Steven might be high ball here. And he might start with the combination 5-14. And then if he can draw off of that, probably into the rail and back. I don't know if that's better than going into the... Maybe just coming straight into them. If he can come straight off of that in there. He'll have options to shoot after that. The reason I start with the combination is that you don't really have a low ball that's fairly close or with the right angle that you can come off of it and play the 5. You could combo the 7 into the 6 and send the 7 that way. But then what do you start with? You have to start with something else, and you don't really have anything else. Combination, he'll cut the 5. He'll overcut the 5. Should send it towards the middle of the table. That'll be a good enough start. He's on the 9. But how do you get past that 11 onto something else? You're not going to hit the 11 very hard, and it's going to go right at the 6-7. More like the 7. Could clip the edge of the 13. That changes things. You don't really want to change too much if you don't have to. But you really do want to get rid of that 9. Because the 11-9 is a pretty useless cluster. Although now that you moved the 3, you can use the 15 to get on the 9 in the side. So 12, 10, 15, 9. Maybe figure out a place for that 11 and 13 before you get there. He's got a little bit of angle to the up table side of the pocket line on the 10. So what I mean is when he shoots that 10 in here, he's just a little bit on the wrong side of that line. So the cue ball has to come this way. And if it would go the other way, he would be a lot happier. because now he's kind of stuck. Can't see the 15. Can he? Can't imagine that 7 ball is not in the road. There's no combination on the 11-9. 13 doesn't go by the 15. Switch to camera 4, please. No, I know. Steven's not afraid of taking some time to think it through. I think he's getting his jump cue and he's going to jump at the 15, try and draw back, or even just holding it there is going to be a challenge though. But he doesn't really need to hold it there, does he? He can come off of that this way. And as long as he doesn't go, past that line there, then he should be able to take the 13 and work off of that. Going airborne. Nope, he's changed his mind. It's a really short landing area. That is true. Not as short as some I've seen, but it's pretty short. You might play the 13 off the 5. Oh, the long bank on the 13. It'll go down, not where he called it. So that'll bring Dawn back with a good opening ball on the left-hand side of the table. That nice orange 5 ball. Now I see. Now I see your comment. They pop up so slow on the feed itself. Oh, thanks, Josh. Thanks, Bien. Much appreciated, fellas. 830 stars. Thank you. I am collecting them all. Actually, I started getting them deposited in my bank account, and I was like, what the heck is this? And it once Facebook takes their cut, it adds up to a little bit, but we're just putting them aside, and we'll add them to a tournament here. There's not a whole lot, but it's getting there. I don't stream as often as I would like, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Just wants to come right back to about where the 1 is. Doesn't want to go forward, but has to avoid the side. There we go. That might be just a little steeper than he'd like, but it's still well inside his workable zone. There's Dawn, keeping calm. To draw level. Just roll it in. There you go. 4-4. Dawn to break. Rack number 9. Got a pretty good pool playing community in the Lower Mainland here. We get along a lot better than Matchroom and Predator, that's for sure. Wouldn't it be nice if those two could get along, Matchroom and Predator? Whew. Pool would be insane. There's already three more events in August, 7 events in September. 7 events in September. What do we got? I don't know if I have enough days to watch all that. Dawn, meanwhile, got a good spread. Opened up the table well. Got 2 high balls down. He's got to look at the 13. Every high ball is open. It's just a matter of execution. He's been playing solid, so wouldn't be surprised if this 13 drops in the side. He's finding his groove. A break and run here would be huge. Put him on the hill. Now, if he can draw in there, you don't have to. You can play it safe and come this way, but then you've got a little bit of a funny angle getting to getting to the 14 and the 9. Dinner money, Mike. I agree, Josh. That's going to spin in. Beauty, taking the risk of missing shape on the 11 and improving the line as well. And he's got a little bit of angle. So he can just pot the 14. And he doesn't really need to go forward. He just needs to pop out off the rail. So a little bit of right-hand siding to check the cue ball. It'll come off, give him a nice line on this 9. And it's 2 rails up in between the 1 and the 3. I think that line is right there. See if he can drag it around, get it on that dot between the 1 and the 3. He's got the line right. He got the weight right. If he had hit that any harder, he might have snuggled right up to the back side of the 3 and been hooped. But as it is, he's got a good clean line to the 8. And all he needs to do is play it with a little bit of draw to pull it away from that side pocket. I agree, Mikey. And he elected to go forward. That'll put him on the hill. So with Dawn taking 5 of the last 6, He's come back from 3-0 down to be on the hill. Steven looking so strong earlier. Just hasn't been quite the same for the last few racks. Cue ball killed in the center of the table, but kicked by the 9. Anything down? No, dry break. Is that really a dry break? That is a dry break. Don taking a walk around the table. This has got some issues. Sorry, I was trying to run through some jokes in my head that might not be inappropriate about issues. I couldn't come up with one, so I'll just leave them lie. Trust me. I don't want to deal with the fallout. Little bit of angle on the 1. Not as much as he might have wanted if he was going to use it as a breakout, but he could roll through it. Play the 1 on the side, roll through it, and yeah, see, he wants the cue ball to be right where the 9 is. He could roll through it and push that 9 out of the way, maybe. Trying to get fancy and draw into the rail and spin out to break it out. Didn't quite get there. And now I think he's going to be looking for a place to hide. Well, now there's a fair point, Dave. Yeah, I got nothing for that. When faced with the truth, you know, you just kind of have to eat it. Steven just squeaking the cue ball out of there to get the 9. Should be able to go 2 rails into this cluster, break that 10 and the 11 up. There it is. Does the 11 go past the 8 now? If the 11 goes past the 8, then he's in good shape. But if it doesn't, he's going to have to thin this 10 into the side, I think, and come around 3 rails to get up there for the 14 or the 9. Sorry, 14 or the 13. Well, I think that's the shot. Cut the 10 in. Fling the cue ball around the table. And now you can work with it. It's not easy. Drawing off the 11, trying to get in and hit the 15. That'll change everything, and that's exactly what happens. But the cue ball doesn't come off the end rail as far as he would like, and now it's got to go for a trip. Doesn't want to get stuck in behind the 6 and rattle up table either. You may have to... See, that's the danger going in behind the 6, is if it comes in here, hits the 6, and then it can just float up table. He's got to go right around it, and that's a very small target. And I'm not sure he can draw off of the 14 enough to get by the 6. I think that's what he has to do, is try and draw away from the 6. Come 3 rails. Oh, and he got the horn. He got that side pocket horn, kept the cue ball in line for the 13 or the 15, whichever one he prefers. Wow. I gotta confess, I did not see that happening. Comes back just enough to see the 15. He can put a little bit of right-hand side on this to spin into the 2 and kick it into a correct line on the 8. Or he could check it. The check is probably the harder shot, but the running English is probably the riskier one, because if you miss that 2, you're going to go flying. Oh, and he didn't hit the 2 very solid. He's right on that 8. Terrence, you're right. I'm just a little tired, and I just didn't see it. I just didn't see it. But you're right. It was obvious. Five. Dawn breaking. Okay, here we go. Well, isn't this an interesting rack? If it wasn't for that 9-12, high ball would be looking great, but that's a problem. A lot of the times when you make 2 balls of one kind off the break, it's not even a benefit to take that one. You have fewer objects on the table, but more fewer object balls on the table, but more clutter around them. I think you go with low ball here. Take the 3. Don't worry about the 9-12. You can shoot the 4 off of that into the corner. Every low ball can go with a minimal of fuss. Oh, if he's got the angle to break it out. Oh! I thought that didn't go to the side. I thought the 6 was in the road. Yikes. No, now that I look back on YouTube, it clearly went. Don, might as well take the 15 now. I thought he made the ball. Or is he just asking Steven to take the template off? He made the ball on the side. I'm confused. Oh, he's just asking Cody to come take the template off. That's actually not a bad trick. You try and line up the two corners of the piece of chalk with the center of the ball to get your alignment, and then just touching the corner. That works. So 15 ball, bottom left corner. Four balls away from taking the title. I'm not sure I'd take the 12. He's got to be super confident on his draw. And he is. It's perfect. So easy to overdraw those. Especially when there's a little bit of pressure and your adrenaline's going. Just take your time. Now, just get out of the way. And I know you probably don't like it, but I think that's your best option. There is a danger of coming right into the 4, though. Right into the 4. Short stick coming. Man. That line just looked a little off for coming inside the 4. As I started to draw it, I was like, wait a minute. It's going to be a tough shot to make without scratching. Can he get a little bit of draw on this ball and pull it away from the side pocket? Into the 4. It's not over yet. Steven's got ball in hand, open table, but Don will have at least 2 more racks after this if Steven gets out. Yeah, Steven could break and run the next rack. By the way, I'm much better at spotting the angle for the path of the cue ball while sitting here than I am behind the cue. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's because I can sit here and draw it and then decide if it looks right. Get out a piece of chalk and a ruler on the table. Here, just give me a minute. Steven's been breaking dry a little bit, so Don may get an opportunity in the next rack. We'll see. Can't imagine Steven would... I can't imagine him not getting out here. I mean, you'd really have to make a pretty big mistake. It's a pretty much a textbook little tic-tac-toe roadmap run out. could be a little funny getting on the 8 with the 4 in the corner, because anytime you have it deep in the jaws, it's sometimes difficult to predict your cue ball path. But again, he has such a large target area that it'd be really odd to not make this out. Oh, see? But see what happens, though? He's a little thin, and he goes 1.5 feet farther than he would have liked. He can still cut it in. It's not going to be that big of a deal, but you know, if he was straight in, he wouldn't have to stand up and take a second look at this. But because the ball was deep in the jaws, it's a little trickier. He's worried about scratching in the corner, but I don't believe that that's there, because you take that here, and then you go 90 degrees. You could draw it into the corner, but nope, pulls it all the way to the end rail, and he'll take the lead again, 6-5, which in actual fact, he's kind of trailing. And it should be Don's break now. Yeah, because it was a dry break on his last break, and that's why Don got the chance to run out. Quick refreshment break. See, what do we have for a replay on the last shot, Ed? That would be that combination. But it's stuttering and glitching out all over the place. Made it work. Coming up, like I said, we've got one, two, three. Hold on. Got the Jacoby 9-ball, the Midwest Big Dog 9-ball, the Sharks International Open, the Longoni Visoko Open. No, that's in August. So there's 3 more in July. August, they have the a Balkan 9-ball tour stop, the European Open, the Oceania Tour in Australia, the Turning Stone Classic. That's at the end. And then I think there was 7 in September. Look at that. All the ones in September, all the way to the US Open. The Asia Open is going to be fairly close to Moscone, but the Wolf's Den and Chinese tea, and then the International Open is the last one before. No, it's not. We still have 2 more events. Crazy number of matchroom events. Looking forward to it. I thought that was somewhere along the line they got screwed up on the break. Because Don won the leg, did he not? I thought he did. Yeah, Don won the leg. Don, Steven, Don, Steven, Don, Steven, Don, Steven. Oh, yes. I get it now. Anyway. Steven needs 2. Don needs 1. Going for the 7. Threading the needle. Gets it done. And he's opened the 6 up. Could be another run rack for Stephen Folan. 6 ball to the corner. You don't have to go far. You're pretty straight. Just rolling straight forward, straight top. Should bring him back out there for either the 5 or the 2. Just drops in the pocket there. Oh, I'm running out of steam, folks. All of a sudden. This could be a hill match. And start it over. I think the 2 ball goes past the 9, so he doesn't have to take it now. Might want to, because it's simple shape to the 3. Just drawing back a little bit. Now I think he's going to try and draw back off the 3 and take the 1 past the 15 into the bottom right corner. Look to me what he was looking at. Should go. Well, not sure what his line is like there. Almost straight. Oh, and he's real thin on the 8. He's not happy about that. This is missable. He's made some very nice cuts before on this table, though. So, not too worried. Oh, that's an overcut. Oh, and here it is. Don with one last chance. 8 ball hanging up in the corner pocket. Oh, that's deep in the jaws, too. The only thing is going to be the line you take to come back in on the 15. Yeah. Well, it helped. I mean, Bien went home, right? So he took 3rd place and left. So we had a whole match we didn't have to play, or we would be 2 hours later. See, I thought there he might take the 13 in the side and then use the angle on the 12 to head down to the 15. Oh, it's iffy. That 15 is not in a good spot. You can still make it work, though. Yeah, see, if he can roll forward there and take that angle on the 13, he'll just drop into this little spot here. Perfect for the 15. That's too thin. He's taking the 9. There's no way he's holding the cue ball in that pocket for the 15 if he takes the 9 or the 13 now. So he's got to take the 9, try and get a little bit better position on that 13. Heck, maybe even just play the cue ball off the 9 all the way back down. You could even jam it to get past the 13. That looks like it's top left. Go all the way down table. That's going to avoid the 8. But is he going to have a shot at the 15? He can see the side. The side pocket's in play now. Just control your breathing. Don't let the adrenaline get to you. You know you've got a shot at it now. It's just so easy to say. But I know what it's like when you want to win bad. Oh, I don't like drawing out of there. It makes it so hard. The cue ball, the object ball doesn't want to drop. Hill. Dawn to break. I'll have to watch the instant replay back and just see who was supposed to be breaking. I think they got it mixed up because, or I got it mixed up with the score. That could happen. Hill in the first set. If it goes to a second set, I will not be commentating. I might record it and commentate tomorrow night or whatever, add the commentary later. I'll watch it first to make a little map of where all the shots go so I can call them all 100% correct right on the button. I don't have that kind of time. On to break. Watch that 11 ball banking towards that top side pocket. Oh, but he's scratched. Somehow the cue ball finds the back of that bottom left pocket. Steven to the table. Wants to get to that next match right away. Steven is the owner of the Sneaky Pete's Pool Cafe down in Vancouver. He opened up over a year ago now, year or two now. Highball's got more open balls. If you can start with the 9, you can make something happen, but low ball looks like it has some more options to move them around. And it's really only the 3 and the 4. You could move those with the taking the 7 right away. There you go. Yeah, there you go. I'll cut the recording out, send it to Bien, and he can add his commentary in Filipino. There you go. Oh, which way do you go now? 11 or the 15? I think you take the 11. And run your cue ball. back out to the middle. If you go too long, you'll have the 10. Sorry, gotta hit the button to get rid of the drawing. There we go. Oh, almost straight. That's why I didn't run it the way I was thinking. I thought there was more angle there. Nine ball's still a problem in by that 3-4. This is the last rack of the first set. Could be the last rack of the night. He's knocked the 9 free. Opened up the low ball. But he does have a path to the 9. There's this little cone here that will work for him. He can shoot the 10 to the side, roll forward, maybe into the 1. Doesn't want to get behind the 1. Ideally, like somewhere in this line. So just past the 1 so that he can float past the 15. Oh, he's taking the 15 now and drawing into the 9. Perfect. On the rail, but he doesn't need to do anything with the cue ball here except go straight at the 9. Even if he goes up against the rail, he's still good. Because he can just go into the 10 and then nudge the 8 the other way. But he kept control of it. Now he'll probably want to take this 10 into the top right corner. Pop the cue ball out. If he takes it into the side, there's a chance he can move it, and then who knows where it's going. It's too many little... I gotta put the mouse down. Put the mouse down. Too many silly drawings. It's going to change the position of the 8 if he takes this to the side, and there's no guarantee as to where it's going to go. He could put it right on the horn beside the other side pocket. I don't think he'll hit it that hard. Plays it perfect. Set number 1 to Stephen Folan. I'm going to call it a night, folks. I will leave the stream up and running. You guys can watch the second set. I'll watch it tomorrow. If I get the energy, I'll throw some commentary on it, but I have to get up too early. It's already midnight. I am turning into a pumpkin. So they'll lag or flip for break, and they'll do it again. In the meantime, thanks very much for stopping by. See if I can put some music on so it's not quite as dead. That doesn't sound very loud in my headset. Is that, hopefully that's not too loud for you guys? The music going. You're welcome, folks. Hope you enjoy. And like I said, if I get a chance tomorrow, maybe I'll throw some commentary at it, or maybe by the end of the week, put it up again. Good night, all.
There's a power that I can't see. There's a force that can't be hidden inside of me. Try and tame it, and you will fail. You'd be better off if you would just exhale. You can try to shut out a woman like me, a woman like me. But in time, no doubt you'll wake up and see I go to your head like a good, good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head, got you tripping over words that you said. You're turning red because I go to your head. I'm a mother, I'm a child. I'm a river that is winding and wild. I have given more than I've taken. So when they come for me, you know I won't be shaken. You can try to shut out a woman like me, a woman like me. But in time, no doubt you'll wake up and see I go to your head like a good, good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head, got you tripping over words that you said. You're turning red because I go to your head.
storefront sign. Acid river under the leaves. Bottomless water, hear my plea. Going down to the oak grove, it's about to go down. Down to the oak grove, it's about to go down. My name is Destiny, and I know you're kind, eager to please and slow to find out what's in the ash heap of people's minds. Just be on time. Cash in the envelope and got a plan. 6 white horses in my hand. Acid river on a rail. 12-gauge sawed off rock salt and nails. Going down to the oak grove, it's about to go down. Down to the oak grove, it's about to go down. Down to the oak grove, it's about to go down. Down to the oak grove, it's about to go
You were on my mind today for the first time in a long time, and I pulled out my phone and rang. I hope you don't mind, but I hear your voice and I freeze. Hello, who is it you say to me? And I open my mouth to speak, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. And then we talked for hours, catching up on everything. And we both changed in the best ways, and this could turn into anything. And as we wind down, you say it's nice to hear from you now. And I swear that you could hear me smile, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue.